Agent Hipkiss, I'm going to pick up right where we left off.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment and glance at those documents that we did?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you're looking at the Cellular reader where all of the data from the phone is located, one way you can sort the data is by data type. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so if you look at the user accounts section of data, it will show you anytime a user account was associated with this phone. Is that right?
Yes, it doesn't say exactly when, but it just associates that particular account with the phone, meaning that it was likely accessed at some point in time.
Right. And as you testified earlier, you could then go and do further research elsewhere or on other places on the phone or external records to figure out when it was used. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to direct your attention to Defendants 3. Can you please describe what we're looking at Defendants 3?
Yes, Defense Exhibit 3 is a screenshot of a Facebook Messenger account for Rosebelly Flores.
And is this an accurate copy of what you would see on the reader when you're looking at the cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move Defense Exhibit 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3 is admitted. You skipped 2, correct?
I
Yes,
didn't miss
you-
2. Okay, that's fine.
I skipped 2, and in fact, thank you, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit 2, which one is that?
That is the Facebook account for Gocho Franco.
Gojo Franco. And does this appear to be an accurate screenshot of what information is captured on the Cellular reader report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd like to move Defense 2 into evidence.
No objection. 2 is admitted.
And then lastly, Defense 4, can you describe that for us?
It is a Facebook account associated with Diego Jose Ibarra.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the information contained on the Cellular reader report?
Yes.
This time we'd like to move Defense 4 into evidence.
No objection.
4 is admitted.
Now, Detective, I'm going to hand you a document for you to review, but don't say anything in the record about it just yet.
Thank you.
So, Agent Hipkiss, I don't want you to go into the content, but can you validate that Defense 5's report that you wrote
Yes.
and everything in that report is accurate to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And, Your Honor, this time we're not admitting Defense 5. It may become relevant later in the trial, but I just wanted it to be authenticated while the agent was here. The last questions I have for you, Agent Hipkiss, are about Diego's phone 1B11.
Yes, ma'am.
That phone took the longest for agents to get into, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain why that was?
Because we did not know the passcode for that particular device, and it was originally seized by University of Georgia Police Department, and they attempted to extract it on their end initially using a gray key, which caused the device to essentially power off and power back on. In that particular instance, it becomes more difficult to crack the passcode, which would ultimately be the reason why it took longer to get into the device.
Okay. And you eventually were able to get into it using the software that the FBI had available to it?
Yes, our digital forensic examiner, Special Agent Candace Hunter, was ultimately able to get into the device in August.
And you would agree with me that 1B11 doesn't have much, if any, location data on it?
No, but as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't surprise me in that particular model of phone. It's a Motorola cell phone. As I mentioned earlier, when you compare, I would compare, in layman's terms, I guess, if you were comparing that particular Motorola cell phone to a Samsung Galaxy phone, that's like comparing a go-kart to a race car. You know, so it wouldn't surprise me that there isn't as much data. It's not collecting as much data as a Samsung Galaxy device would collect from the user.
And I believe you also testified that it was a Wi-Fi phone. Like it only had the capacity to hook up to Wi-Fi?
That's correct. So there was a SIM card in the phone with a phone number that was assigned to it, which was provided service by Verizon. And so we went to Verizon with a search warrant, and yes, it showed that the service had been discontinued or hadn't been used since on or about February 12th, 2024. So at the time of the murder, no, there was no service on that device, cellular service.
Which means you also can't get cell tower location for that device on the day of the murder?
Yes.
And are you aware if Mr. Ibarra was ever asked for a passcode to make his phone cracking easier?
I'm not aware. I never personally interviewed him, so I'm not sure if he was or wasn't asked.
Okay. Thank you, Agent.
Thank you.
Briefly, in your analogy you gave us, which phone, for the record, so we can be clear, would be the go-kart?
The go-kart would be the Motorola Moto G phone, which was seized from Diego Ibarra.
And which phone would be the race car?
The Samsung Galaxy 14, referred to by us as FBI evidence item 1B7, that was associated with Jose Ibarra.
You are the one who notified I always put an A in it, UGPD, University of Georgia PD, about the Grindr messages?
Yeah, actually our analyst did, because the messages were in Spanish and I don't speak Spanish, so she had done a more extensive review of those messages. But yes, I mean, I was involved in some of those communications.
And your analyst would be Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
And the timing of when those messages were relayed would have been October of 2023?
Yeah, so the content of those messages were between October and November of 2023, with like it appearing to be the last any sort of activity with Grindr on that device being on January 25th, 2024.
The accounts, the Google and the Facebook accounts of Diego that were found on the device 1B7, for lack of a better term, could not have been accessed after February 10th of 2025 for the Google, is that right?
Yes.
And is that because the account ceased to exist after that point, correct?
Yes, his account was deleted on January 16th, 2024.
And then the Facebook account was deleted January 25th of 2024?
Yes, the Gocho Franco. It wasn't deleted. It just didn't have activity, IP activity, indicating it was being used after January 25th, 2024.
And that is all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
State calls the basis Ramirez.
Before we get to Ms. Ramirez, I've got a motion to eliminate that I feel like we need to just take up before we get to the testimony.
Okay.
My understanding is that the state intends to introduce phone calls. Is this right, between Jose Ibarra and Laken Franco, and well, just one. It would be for one or for 50, because I don't think that my understanding is that Ms. Franco is not coming to testify in this case. Obviously, there would be two parts of the conversation. My guess is that the state intends to introduce these phone calls under the theory that they would be admissions by Mr. Ibarra. However, without Ms. Franco here to testify, certainly they would be hearsay, and so we would make an objection on those grounds. We would also make an objection on confrontation grounds. We cannot confront Ms. Franco about the substance of those phone calls and whether or not what is being relayed by the FBI in this case, or the FBI translator in this case, would be her sense of what was going on or her intentions as part of that conversation. In fact, in this particular case, we know from some of the evidence that when the police did speak with Ms. Franco, that she had differing views of her intentions of conversations. And so without her here, that would violate Mr. Ibarra's right to confrontation. We also have some information that she was working for the FBI. We would not be able to confront her about any potential biases or favor or threats that she received in that sense. And in addition to that, we believe that Ms. Franco would have the ability to assert her marital privilege as it related to these conversations. And without her here to testify about that, we would not know what the answers to those questions would be. I will save, if we will, a foundation for any, an objection to the foundation for any introduction of those phone calls, but I think that confrontation, hearsay, perhaps marital privilege, and in addition to that, best evidence, if the state intends to introduce simply the translation by Agent Ramirez.
Ms. Jackson, you want to respond?
Yes, I'll start first with the issue regarding the spousal privilege, and I will call the court's attention to the case of Chadwick versus the state. The site on that is 176 Georgia App 296, and in that case, the Court of Appeals held that the marital privilege does not apply to jail calls because they are not private conversations. The state would be introducing testimony or foundational element showing that those phone calls are actually preceded by notice that the phone calls are being recorded and they are not private. And as we well know, once a third party or someone else listening into a privileged conversation is introduced and those parties are giving notice, that privilege no longer exists. Regarding the issue around hearsay and the confrontation clause, we call the court's attention to Carter versus the state 302 Georgia 200. That's a 2017 case. And in that case, the Supreme Court addressed the issue of hearsay and confrontation clause arguments in the context of jail calls. And in that case, the Supreme Court actually held that when that testimony or that recording is being offered, both sides of a conversation need to be offered, one side being the admission of the party opponent, the second part of that conversation being used to provide context so that the fact finder can truly evaluate the content of that call. That would be an exception to the hearsay rule and does not violate the confrontation.
Okay. I'll give you a last say if you want it. I missed the part about it being a jail call when you made your motion.
Well, Judge, I think that there are still issues with confrontation that should be addressed. However, in addition to that is the best evidence rule. And my understanding is that the state intends to offer this conversation through a translation by Agent Ramirez. And if the state is intending to do that, we would ask to be heard on foundational elements, as well as the problem with not having a court certified interpreter to play that. If they were going to play the phone call and have you listen to it, like they would if they didn't need an interpreter, I think that would be one thing. If we were listening to it contemporaneously and having a court interpreter interpret it, that may solve one of their problems. I still don't think that would solve the confrontation issue, but we would ask that it be done like that, not an introduction of a translation by a third party.
Okay. Well, we'll take up that objection as it develops, but I'm going to, at this point, deny the motion in limine. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to present to this court on the state of Georgia versus Jose Antonio Ibarra shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Will you state your name for the record?
My name is Abesis, Abeis, last name Ramirez, Ramirez.
And how are you employed?
I am a staff operations specialist / tactical specialist with the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and I'm assigned to the office here in Athens.
And how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I have been with the FBI since June of 2019.
And what do your duties include?
My duties include providing analytical assistance to drive cases forward for FBI and law enforcement partners.
What does that mean for those of us who don't work in that field?
That can mean anything from maybe listening to jail calls. If they have some people that they're looking into for a case, I'm able to try to find as much information that I can on those individuals so that the agents can make decisions on how to proceed forward.
And do you have any special training?
Yes, I attended a 6-week training in FBI Quantico.
And do part of your duties include translating jail calls or any other content
Yes.
for the FBI? Can you tell us about that process?
So since I speak Spanish, I requested to be tested for reading and listening through the Language and Assessment Unit at headquarters. Once I take my tests, they score and they will deem whether you're proficient or not, and I received my scores and I was marked as proficient.
Okay. And are you a native speaker?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from, or where's your family from?
My dad's from the Dominican Republic and my mom's from Costa Rica.
And do you speak Spanish regularly?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand different dialects of Spanish?
Yes, I do.
And what does your proficiency rating allow you to do for the FBI?
My proficiency rating allows me to monitor Title IIIs, review jail calls. I can also review like phones or any documents and provide translation for those.
Okay, and what is a Title III?
Title III is when like a wiretap on a phone.
Okay. And I understand that you were assigned to work on the case involving State of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties? What were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to monitor his jail calls and then provide any assistance translating anything that was in Spanish as needed.
Did you, by any chance, were you called upon to translate some videos made by the defendant on February 22nd? Early
Yes.
morning hours of February 22nd?
Yes, I was.
And for whom did you do those translations?
I did those translations for Special Agent Jamie Hipkiss.
And, Your Honor, if I may play the videos.
Give me just a moment. Ms. Jackson, is the state's position that Ms. Franco's side of the conversation is being offered for the truth of the matter?
Our position is that the side of the conversation is offered to provide the fact finder with the context and setup of the conversation. Because if you were just listening to the words of one person as part of a conversation, it would be difficult to have an understanding of what that person's intent was.
So your answer is no, it's not being offered for the truth?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes,
not
the
trying
answer
to-
is no.
I'm not trying to lead you. I'm
No,
just
the
trying
answer
to
is no,
figure
Your
out
Honor.
the answer to my question.
The answer is no. It's being, like I said in my argument, it's being provided for the purpose of showing the context of the conversation.
Okay, and I thought that's what you said the first time. I saw you standing up. I'll hear from you.
Judge, I think inherent in that would be a requirement of the fact finder to believe that what one side of the conversation is saying is true in order to put any meaning on the other side of the conversation. The whole point of understanding it is that you have to believe that both sides are true or neither side's true unless we were able to confront the witness that was making those statements.
So typically, this is where it becomes interesting with me being the trier of fact, because as we know, typically I would be listening to the motion in limine and hearing the recording outside the presence of a jury and making a decision. But as we sit here at this point, I haven't heard it. So here's the way we're going to proceed. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to hear it, and then I'll consider whether or not I'm going to consider it. I think that's all I can do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay?
Right now, we will go forward and play the slides from Agent Kiss's presentation that were translated by Specialist Ramirez. Okay, we'll start first with slide 22. There is Spanish on the, can you see the slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and what do those words say?
It's saying one time, Ozuna said.
Excuse me, Judge. Just for clarification purposes for Ms. Beck's previous witness, I believe that she had made a relevancy objection to those lyrics being intended to prove anything as it resulted, or as it happened in this case, or any material fact in this case. And so I don't know if we had gotten a ruling on that relevancy objection before she went there.
We did. I did rule on that. If I can see. I indicated I did, but I am finding it relevant for denying the objection based on relevance.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Okay, let's go to slide 20. And the translation.
Yes, that is accurate.
And can you read the translation for the court?
Yes. It says, they want to see me fail, but I won't let them. My heart is that of a warrior. That's how the game rules are, and whoever breaks them will pay.
Okay, let's go on to the next one. Okay, did you translate this one as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what does this, how did you translate that music?
It says, I need motivation, not wanting to win. And if one day I lost my fear of losing, it hurts to have run, not to arrive. Now I know that the journey is also the goal. I've grown fears that I never educated, and I know the answers for not asking.
Okay, thank you. Is that the last one? Okay.
This one says, I started, gave it all, fought, I trusted, but in love I didn't do so well. I kept going, I tried, I fell, I got up.
Thank you. So now let's talk about you monitoring jail calls. You mentioned that that is part of your duties and that you were assigned to do that as part of this case.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you start monitoring jail calls?
I started monitoring Jose's calls March of 2024.
Okay. And then how do you get access to the jail call system?
I was provided a login, a username and password from an administrative officer with the Clark County Sheriff's Office.
And what system is used to monitor and record jail calls by the Clark County Sheriff's Department?
Securus.
Okay. And essentially, how does it work?
So normally I would log on to Securus. I am able to search for someone who's incarcerated at the jail by name or their ID. I'm also able to search by numbers that are dialed, and this helps me narrow down the calls that I'm listening to.
So how would someone from who is incarcerated in the Clark County Jail, how would they go about making a jail call? How does the system work on that end?
They normally would use the wall phone, or they can use their tablet.
And then what would they do to log into?
I've never had to make a call, so I'm not sure.
Are they able to call specific numbers?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And do you know whether or not they have, most inmates have access to the jail call, Securus jail call system?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And once you get your ID, you log into the system, what happens next?
For me,
Yes. You log into the system, and then what do you do next?
I will go to communications. I can search an inmate's name. Usually if there's someone incarcerated, I usually search by last name. So if there is someone else that is incarcerated with the same last name, I will search by the inmate's associated PIN number. That way I can just focus on their calls.
How do you ensure that the inmate number being used is the person that you think you're monitoring?
In the system, each number is assigned a name, so I'm able to see the inmate's name as well as their PIN number.
Is it ever possible for inmates to allow other inmates to use their PIN number or their calls?
Yes, I have seen that before.
And in that instance, how do you verify that you're listening to the right calls from the right person?
So, for example, in his case, if someone is talking in English, then that is a good projection that it's not him. I'm also able to see the numbers that are being dialed, and those numbers are not numbers that he dials on a regular basis.
And in this case, were you able to identify certain callers by their phone numbers?
Yes, I am.
Who were you able to identify?
I was
in
able
jail
to
calls?
identify Laken Franco.
Okay, and what phone number did she use?
I cannot recall the phone number off the top of my head.
And approximately how many jail calls have you listened to in this case?
I have reviewed approximately 2,000, and I have listened to approximately 400, due to most of them being marked no content.
And who were the talkers or the speakers on the majority of these jail calls?
Jose and Laken.
And did you get to be familiar with their voices?
Yes,
after
I did.
listening to 400 calls? And then how did you classify the calls once you listened to them?
So anytime I would listen to a call, I would either mark it as pertinent, non-pertinent, or no content.
And did you isolate some pertinent calls for this case?
Yes, I did.
And was one of those calls, let's get a little happy on the computer here, made on May 11th
Yes.
of May 11th on 2024 at 6:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And how were you, did you translate the language in the calls?
Yes. So normally I listen to a call, I will write a summary in English, and then we will send it to linguists to get it officially translated.
And did you send this call out to a linguist to get translated?
Yes, I did.
And did you review that transcript for accuracy?
Yes, I did.
let me show you this jump drive. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 243. I've already shown it to the defense. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is contained on this jump drive?
That contains the call from May 11th, 2024 at 6:41 p.m.
Did you review the transcription in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is that also contained on this jump drive?
Yes, that is also on there.
And did you have a part in helping to create a demonstrative exhibit for the court?
Yes, I did.
And is that also contained on this jump drive?
Yes, it is.
And do you agree with the translation of the transcription of the language as done by the FBI linguist? Is that consistent with what your translation is?
Yes, I do.
And were you able to identify the speakers on
Yes,
the call?
I was.
And who were the parties to this particular call on May
The
11th?
parties on this specific call were Jose and Elaine.
And did you initial this?
Yes, I did.
State will move State's Exhibit 243 into evidence at this time.
Judge, I'm going to renew my objection and add on to that objection. Apparently, especially as it relates to the demonstrative aid and the translation, that this wasn't even done by agent basis. It was done by agent. Now we've got one more level of people who are not going to be here to testify. And so I would add that on to the hearsay and the confrontation.
Agent Specialist Ramirez testified that she listened to the call herself. She reviewed the transcript of the transcript that was created by the FBI linguist, that she reviewed it for accuracy, that she agrees with the transcript, and we would be permitted to assist the court. We have created a demonstrative aid so that the court can, it's essentially what it is it is a rolling exhibit of the transcript.
Well, I hear you, but I also agree with Mr. Kirby that, I mean, we've now got another layer. I think those are his words. I'm not going to admit it as at this time this way. I mean, y'all can perhaps figure out something else. I don't know, but we've got the linguist. That's the first I've heard about that when you started talking about that actually did the translation approved by this witness, and now we're here. So I am going to sustain the objection at this point.
The other option, Your Honor, Specialist Ramirez listened to the call. She's already testified that she's listened to the call, that she's translated it herself, and we would have her testify as to her translation of this particular call. Good simplify it. Which she's a certified, we've already established that she's a certified translator for the FBI. She listens to jail calls. She was able to authenticate the authenticity, identify the speakers, identify the method of recording the calls, and based on that, we would submit that she can testify as to what the call said.
Can it be heard further?
Judge, the only thing that I would add, I don't know if we're getting into expert testimony here, or if agent of basis is being offered for that. I think you need a court-certified interpreter to do that, when you play the call. As it relates to agent of basis, it sounds like that went to someone who was a specialist in this, and I would proffer that she is not qualified for that.
Well, I will let you inquire further. You can put out her qualifications if you want to, but what I've heard so far, they've at least put up a prima facie case that she is qualified. So I'll let you inquire about that. So here's where we stand right now. I'm not going to admit it as it's coming from the linguist to Ramirez to hear. However, if I am going to consider it, if there's a foundation laid by this witness as to the translation, I don't think the certified court interpreter as we know them here is required in this situation, but I don't believe so.
And I apologize to Agent Ramirez for saying agent of basis, and that's
Okay.
not it.
So with that, do you want to void eye her on her qualifications, or? I'm just offering it.
No, well, Judge, unless they're offering Agent Ramirez as an expert in this, in which case we didn't get any of the stuff that we should have gotten, because I don't know that she was originally thought to be offered as an expert. I think it would be more appropriate on cross-examination.
That's okay.
The defense keeps changing the standard. Specialist Ramirez has already testified that she's a native speaker of Spanish, that she has completed the FBI's certification program, which allows her to do work as a translator for the FBI, and that the translation of this particular jail call and all the other ones was done in the course of her duties as a specialist at the FBI.
Are you offering her as an expert?
I am offering her, I could offer her as an expert. I could ask the court to qualify her as an expert in this area, given her qualifications.
Has she testified in court proceedings before?
Actually, she has not. This would be her first time. But if not, she could still testify as the person who translated the call in the course of her duties as a native speaker of the language. And the law does not require. It's a better practice to use a certified court interpreter, but it's not what the law requires.
You want to be heard any further now? No?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll let you go forward, and I'll leave it to you if you're asking for her to be allowed to testify as an expert or not.
Did you have an opportunity to listen to the translation?
Yes.
Listen to the jail call.
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times did you listen to it?
I have probably listened to that jail call more than 10 times.
And did you make a translation of the jail call?
Yes. When I listen to a call, I normally type up a summary.
And did you type up? Did you make notes in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And in that jail call, who were the speakers on the jail call?
Jose and Laken.
And what was the context for their conversation?
In the conversation, they were continuing a conversation from a previous call, discussing how he had went to UG.
It's not been admitted yet.
Do you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, you've already stated that, or you've already overruled their objection to our admission of the content of the conversation, in that it's being offered for the admission of a party opponent, and also as in context. This is about the same call on May 11th.
Did I misunderstand your objection?
Yes, Judge. I again, and I apologize for perhaps my confusion. I thought that this was related to the whether or not they were going to offer Agent Ramirez as an expert or not.
I just told her to proceed.
Okay.
So I'll overrule that objection as stated.
Going back to the call, you identified the parties,
Yes.
and you were giving the court the context of the call.
Yes. So they were discussing how he had went to UGA to look for work. In the call, they also discussed Laken had asked him
Judge,
where.
I object to Laken again. This is if we're going, we can play the phone call, I guess, if we can authenticate this. But if we're just going to talk about what Laken said, then it's hearsay, and she lives up in New York. This isn't a, you know, my guess is that the FBI has the ability to get her.
So I've overruled the objection based on the reference and the playing of Ms. Franco's and the interpretation of Ms. Franco. So you can continue. It's overruled.
At this time, I'm going to play the call. And Specialist Ramirez, can you listen to the call and then give the court a summary of what the call says?
Yes, I can.
Diga Estados Unidos. Después del tono, por favor, diga Estados Unidos. Gracias. Esta llamada no es Ibarra. Será grabada y podría ser monitoreada. Si cree que debería hacer una llamada privada, juegue y siga las instrucciones del centro para registrar este número como un número privado. Es posible que usted no oiga ningún sonido durante la aceptación de sus...
Okay, can you tell us what that was?
At the beginning of every call, there's usually an automated message letting the parties know that their calls are being recorded and that if this call should be private, they should hang up and follow the instructions provided by the jail on how to set up that number.
Okay.
Llamada, por favor, no cuelgue.
Whoops. Okay, there we go.
Hola, esta es una llamada con cargos y vestidos prepagada de... Un libro encapsulado en Athens Clark County Jail. Esta llamada no es privada. Será grabada y podría ser monitoreada. Si cree que debería hacer una llamada privada, juegue y siga las instrucciones del centro para registrar este número como un número privado, para aceptar cargos y dar su consentimiento para grabar esta llamada, oprima 1 para no aceptar gas y pulsa secures.
Okay, what is that?
That is an automated voice saying that the person that he's calling is receiving a prepaid call from an inmate, and then usually they can say their name, they don't have to, and then the call will ring so the other person can pick it up.
Puede comenzar la conversación ahora.
Okay.
He asked her if she's able to hear him okay, and she said yes, that it sounds better. He asked her where were they in the conversation, and she says we were talking about him going to look for the job.
So what is the I'll move on to the next. Okay.
He says that he went inside, he spoke with the girl. She starts yelling, saying that she's fed up.
Okay.
She's saying that she's fed up, that he has her tired, and if he can just tell the truth.
Okay.
She says, are you going to or are you not going to say the truth? He tells her that he went over there to look for a job.
Okay. Okay.
She continues to ask him what happened with the girl.
Okay.
She tells him, don't wait for me to come and see you because they will not let me see you. Immigration told me that if I step foot over there, I will be in trouble.
Okay.
Can I make an inquiry? Is Ramirez reading off of something?
I am not. I'm only
Okay.
able to see the audio that she's playing.
I apologize.
Okay.
She continues asking that she wants to know what happened with the girl.
Okay. Okay.
She tells him that he has to know something, and he just continues to tell her, like, Layling enough, Layling enough.
Okay.
He just continues to say, okay, okay, okay.
Okay.
She asked him if he had smoked that day, and he said no.
I'm just asking, is there a noise in the background? Is that them talking or?
No, usually it can be background noise from a TV or just other inmates in the background.
Okay.
He asked her if she's writing, and she's like, writing what? And he's like, are you writing? And she said, no, I'm not writing, I'm just fed up.
Okay.
He said, you're fed up, okay, okay.
Oops. Okay, can you?
She said, oh my gosh, and then you cut off mid-sentence, so I can't.
Let me go back a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
He's telling her, yeah, you're fed up, and she's saying, yeah, I'm fed up, and it's your fault.
Okay.
She said that she thinks it's crazy that they don't have anyone else's DNA, they only have his. And she said she doesn't understand how someone can see someone dying and not call 911.
Okay.
He's saying, enough, Layling, that's why I'm telling you. And she's saying, no, 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 no.
Okay.
She's saying that you're not going to come here and lie to me. I know you. You know something. And he's like, okay, Lily.
Okay.
She asked him where was El Gocho when he was out, and he states that he's either in the house or in the bed. Due to the call being a little bit muffled, it's hard to understand which word he's using.
Okay. And I'll stop it right there. Nothing further of this witness.
Am I cross-examined?
No question, Judge.
Should be excused.
Yes.
Any objection?
Judge, if I can have this a second. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Wesley Durkirk. D-U-R-K-I-T. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today, the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat, state your name, spell the first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
It's Wesley Durkit, W-E-S-L-E-Y, D-U-R-K-I-T,
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've been there since 2012.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
Title is an IT security analyst. I'm also an officer with the department. I serve as the lead digital forensics examiner for our investigations.
If you could adjust that microphone into your mouth, I just want to make sure that they can hear you over there and Madam Court Reporter can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, security, say that one more time.
IT security analyst.
Okay.
And I'm an officer with the department, and I serve as the lead digital forensics examiner for the investigations.
What is a digital forensic examiner?
Specialized training and role to specifically examine any kind of digital evidence, computers, cell phones, any kind of electronic storage medium to support the investigations.
Tell the court a little bit about your training and education.
Education, I have a bachelor's degree in management information systems, a master's degree in information technology. I'm a post-certified police officer, so Georgia standards for peace officer certification. I have gone through specialized digital forensics training, starting with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glenn County, Brunswick, Georgia. Completed the 8-week curriculum there to go through courses and certifications in mobile device investigations, digital evidence acquisition, Windows computers analysis, and Macintosh forensics analysis for Mac computers. I've completed vendor-specific training for the tools and analysis software that we use in our unit, specifically with magnet forensics and their Axiom software for analysis. I'm a magnet certified forensics examiner. What was Gray Shift for the Gray Key device, for the use of the Gray Key device to extract and analyze cell phones. Gray Shift is now owned by Magnet Forensics, that's why I say it used to be Gray Shift, as well as the Compelson Mobile Edit Forensics Pro software, which is a specialized software and analysis that's specialized in wearable devices, smartwatches, and stuff like that.
Were you asked by your department to do two things? Number one, extract data from a cell phone that belonged to Laken Riley, first of all.
I was.
And were you also asked to extract data from a Garmin watch that she was wearing at the time of her murder?
I was.
And did you do both of those things?
I did.
I'd like to start first with the extraction of Laken Riley's cell phone with Gray Key. Tell us, what is Gray Key and what did you do to her phone?
So Gray Key is a specialized device. It was specialized and created to access iPhone devices originally that we were not able to obtain access to. So it has specialized capabilities to be able to unlock iPhones. In this case, we were provided with the passcode for her phone, so I did not have to use the forced unlock feature of it, but it still has advanced features within it to obtain as much data as possible from the phone. So we used it, extracted her phone, and then entered all that into Magnet Axiom for our analysis and reports on her phone.
Okay. Let's start. I'm going to hand you a few documents. Let's do it all at once since I'm up there, but may I have one on that council? So I'm handing you a few exhibits. One is 268. Let's do it one at a time.
Okay.
What is 268?
268 is it's a flash drive containing the Gray Key extraction data of Laken Riley's iPhone.
And did you learn that yourself?
I created this flash drive myself and handed it to you.
Thank you. And at this time, Your Honor, the state would move to admit the state's 268, but as with the previous phone extractions, we are not asking the fact finder to consider all of the data on this phone. There is a separate PowerPoint presentation that will be done by another witness, and that will be the data extraction for the phone, for the fact finder to consider. 268 is merely for the record.
Do you, any objection? No. It will be admitted for those purposes.
269, what is 269?
So this is a flash drive containing the extraction of the Garmin Forerunner watch used and created by the Mobile Edit Forensic Pro software, extracted directly from her watch. That report was copied onto this device by me and given to you.
And the state would move to admit state's 269.
No, sir. 269 is admitted.
Did you create smaller reports from 269 of the Garmin data watch?
I did.
And how did you do those reports?
So from the extraction of the watch, we get basically the entire dump of data. So I was able to pull data points from the last run that was being tracked on her watch. And I entered all of that data into the SPSS analysis software, which is just a statistical analysis, produces charts and data analysis visuals.
And the Garmin, did it collect her heart rate?
It did.
Did it collect her speed?
It did.
And did it collect her location?
It did.
The location data, was that also sent to the FBI for their analysis as well?
It was.
I want to talk to you about states 270, 271, and 272. Do you recognize those documents?
I do. These are the charts that I created.
From Laken Riley's Garmin data?
From the Garmin watch data.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit 270, 271, and 272.
Any objection? Thank you. 270, 271, 272 are admitted without
And
objection.
Would the court please toggle over so we can publish those documents? If you have a difficult time seeing that, let me know because I can come back up to you.
Okay.
Can
I
you
have a copy myself as well.
Oh, you have
Yeah,
a copy?
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of 270?
I do.
All right. Can you see states 270?
I can.
It's a little hard for me to read, and I'm afraid to touch this thing to make
Sure.
it zoom. Your Honor, can you see states 270? Okay, and defense counsel, can you see 270? Yes? Okay. So in states 270, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So on the top graph, that is charting the heart rate logged by her watch. This is from the time frame of 9:08 and 30 seconds on February 22nd, 2024 until the time 9:15 and 30 seconds. And the bottom chart is graphing the location tracked speed of her movement during that time frame.
And why did you break it down into just this basically 7-minute time frame?
Simply for visual purposes. During the entire run that was logged on her watch, it tracked a data point every second that day. So there were over 33,300 data points set and recorded and extracted. So if we put that entire data set in a chart like this to fit on this one piece of paper, it would essentially be a flat line. So we basically just select a time frame that shows some pertinent data. That way we can visually see the peaks and valleys included in the chart in the data set.
So, in looking at States 270, can you tell us, first of all, what was Laken's speed and her heart rate at 9:08 a.m.?
So at 9:08, so right at the start, okay.
Yes.
It's hard to read on mine as well. So heart rate at that time was 156, so that's beats per minute for the heart rate. The speed was at, and it tracks in meters per second, to be clear. It's 2.65 is what's logged on the chart. For conversion's sake, that'll go over to 5.9 miles per hour. And for running purposes, that's a 10.2 minute mile.
What about the next data point for speed, which is 2.97? Is that faster than the previous one?
That is moving faster than the previous data point. So 2.97 meters per second. Again, comes down to up to 6.6 miles per hour, or just over a 9-minute mile.
And that particular speed, 2.97, is that the fastest that you see on her run that day?
The fastest was right at the beginning of the run.
Okay.
So that was around just after 9:03. You'll see that on the
States
next.
271?
Correct. Yeah.
So her fastest was 3.45?
3.45, 7.7 miles per hour, about a 7-minute 47 mile.
So going back to States 270, we were at, is that at 9:09 a.m. that it is at 2.97?
A little bit after that. I could give you the exact time if I had a minute to dig through the log, but it's shortly after 9:09.
At some point, we can continue to go along this track.
Okay.
But in States 270, did you also note at the time that Laken Riley called 911 from her phone?
Yes, and that's the vertical reference lines you see. Those are reference lines that we pulled over from the phone log data. So at the time the 911 call was placed, that was at, the actual call went out at 9:11:06. That's that third vertical line you see on the graph.
That's when the call went out, but did she attempt to make it sooner than that?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about two things. At some
Okay.
point in States Exhibit 270, did Laken Riley come to a complete stop?
Yes.
What was the time that she came to a complete stop?
So the speed went to 0. I think that's notated on the third. Yeah, so on the third chart we have here, 272, is that what it'd be? It comes to a complete stop. Oh, nope, sorry. That was the heart rate.
How about States 271?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought I had it written down. Yep, wrong chart. So yeah, 9:10:44 was the time the speed went to 0.
What time did she attempt to start making that 911 call?
So the phone logged the phone call application. So the internal phones application started to recognize an attempt to place a call at 9:10:50. That's the second vertical line.
So for record purposes, 9:10:40 to 9:10:50 is how much time?
That'd be 6 seconds.
No.
Of 40 or 44?
Right. It's 9:10 and 44 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that's the speed 0.
Okay.
And
Tell
then-
me the 911 SOS application. I want to ask you questions about that too, but tell me that time.
So the SOS, we initially saw that occur at 9:10 and 39 seconds.
All
and
right,
that's
so-
not referenced on this chart.
Okay, so how much time differentials between those two events, from the time that she comes to a complete stop and the time that she does the SOS function?
So the SOS function was actually initially applied prior to coming to a stop.
Okay, so tell
but-
us about that.
So
I'm just looking for the time between the two.
right.
All right.
And I'm just trying to figure out exactly from what point you're talking.
All
so
right.
yeah, 9:10:39, we saw the SOS feature on the phone initially be activated. And by activation, the phone is just recognizing some way to initiate the SOS. There's multiple ways to do it. Long press or 2-button side press, so the side button is a volume button. You can long press that, it'll initiate. From the lock screen, you can hit the emergency call and it'll bring up a dial pad. Then there's other features that have to be enabled that we did not see enabled on her phone. So when you see that SOS folder created at 9:10:39, we believe and we understand at that time is when we saw the SOS starting to become manipulated. Then what we see after the speed went to 0 with the phone call app intent to call, that's when the phone application is starting to recognize, hey, I need to start waking up to place a phone call. So from the 9:10:39 when SOS was activated to 9:10:50 when the phone application recognized, you're looking at 11 seconds from those 2 points. The 9:10:50 was 6 seconds after she stopped. So that was the phone call the phone being recognized that it needs to place a call occurred 6 seconds after she came to a complete stop. And then the phone call finally went out at 9:11:06, which would be, what's that? 44, 20, mental math. 44, 54, 22 seconds from the speed 0 to phone call out.
So it took the phone a minute, so well, not even
Correct.
a minute, a few
Yeah,
seconds to recognize the SOS function and actually make the call.
Right.
Do you know how that works on an iPhone to enable an SOS function to make an emergency 911 call?
Yes.
Can you show us if I hand you my iPhone on the stick? Show us how that works. I need to show the cord.
All right,
How
so
do you do that?
So from the lock screen, we would swipe, you get your unlocked dial pad, and then from here, and then from here you would get the emergency button at the bottom. Hit that and that will load a dial pad. From there you would dial 911 and place the call. It's one way.
Okay, what's the other way?
That's the most familiar way for most people with their phone. So from an iPhone, you can select the side button and a volume button, hold, and it brings up the emergency option from that phone, from that display.
And so for the record, did you hold the two side buttons down simultaneously?
Correct.
For that screen to appear?
For this screen to appear.
Okay.
So that's one way. Then if you let go, you'll feel it vibrate. It vibrated in my hand when it brought this screen up. You would slide to place the call. Then on the newer iPhones, hers was a 15 Pro Max, so the latest at the time, if you continue to hold, it will then start a countdown. And it'll go 8-second countdown, and then it'll start vibrating, sounding an alarm, and then place the call automatically. But you have to continue to hold after this screen displays for it to do that.
So there are a few ways that
Correct.
you could do it.
Correct.
Do you know from examining, thank you, I'll take my phone back. Do you know from examining Laken Riley's phone which method of SOS 911 calling she used?
So from what we have seen and been able to determine, it appears that the dial pad was used.
And I want to talk to you about her heart rate continuation. So
Okay.
I'm going to show you back to State's Exhibit 271. Can you tell us the top graph? What does that depict?
So the top graph in red is the heart rate data, and that's from the time 9:03:42, which also coincided with the beginning of the tracked activity, being the run, and it runs to 9:33:59. And again, this is February 2nd, 2024.
When did her heart rate drop to 0?
So it went to 0 at 9:28 and 23 seconds.
And did it remain 0? And I want to show you 272. Tell us what we're looking at 272.
So 272 is the heart rate from that same beginning time, 9:03 and 42 seconds. And it's tracking all the way to 12:59 and 59 seconds, February 22nd, 24.
And at some point, we see the 0 at 9:28, like you told us. And then we see what looks like her heart rate going back up at 12:37.
Yes.
What,
So
does that coincide with the CPR?
that coincides with CPR and is tracked based on the body cam footage from our officer arriving on scene.
So if you look at Officer Maxwell's body cam footage, which we've already looked at,
Correct.
at 12:37 p.m., he attempts CPR on Miss Riley. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that caused, you were able to see that in the Garmin watch?
Yes.
All right. Between the 9:28 a.m. and when Officer Maxwell shows up at the scene, is there any movement in her heart rate?
No. The
It
heart
remains
rate-
0.
Correct.
All right. May I have one moment, Your Honor? I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon. I really just have a couple questions to clarify something. We spoke on the phone a few weeks ago, right? Just for the court reporter, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Thanks. And I thought you told me then that you thought that the 911 call had been placed not through the keypad, but through the...
Correct. So in further analysis, finally following up with some forensic consultant solutions with Magnet Forensics, where we use our analysis software, we were able to find some more detailed information in it's called a P list, which is just a stored data file that's holding all of this data. And we found the setting in there that determined that the multi-press that we were originally thinking was, that feature was actually not enabled on her phone. So then a little bit deeper analysis into what was actually loading at the time, we could see that the dial pad for the emergency call was loaded on her phone at the time that the call was being placed.
Okay. And when did you find this out?
2 weeks ago.
So obviously after I spoke to you.
Mm-hmm.
And but okay, so caught me by surprise because I'm going by the report that I guess was prepared back. When did you first do your analysis?
We initially started working this initially right after, so February.
Okay, because in that report you indicated that at 9:10 and 39 seconds the call was begun through the SOS process.
Well, the SOS application feature set was activated. The phone call did not occur until that 9:10 and 50.
But in any event, your opinion at the time was that it was not made through the keypad.
Correct.
Okay. And then I also asked you, and maybe you have more information now, but I asked you on the phone that if you could tell who disconnected the call, and you said you weren't able to tell.
Not able to tell from the device.
Okay. And I saw in your report that's kind of this second by second timeline. You indicated that at 9:11 and 59 seconds, ACCPD 911 center showed the call ended. Is that right?
That's what I believe they said. Again, I was looking at phone data and just referencing what the ACC data center called provided, but I did not scrutinize that log at all.
Okay, and then you indicate also that so 1 second later, at 9:12, 0 seconds, that Riley's phone showed the call ended.
Correct. The phone call, the device logged that the call ended.
So would that not indicate that the call didn't disconnect from Riley's phone's side of it?
If the 911 center said that it ended at 9:11:59, my opinion would be that the 911 center is what disconnected first, and then the phone recognized that the call disconnected and then logged it as a disconnected call a second later.
That's all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk to the 911 call center to ask them if they hung up on Laken Riley?
I did not.
Okay. Wouldn't that be better evidence of what happened?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Donovan? Any be excused?
Yes, sir. May we approach counsel?
You're excused.
Thank you.
For the media, the next witness is not to be recorded. If you will adjust that camera, and no pictures. Thank you. Okay, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Tejaswi Talavani Sarawaki.
Hi, just come on.
Just letting the witness know she's not being recorded.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, if you could take a seat, have a seat. Scoot way up to this microphone and be sure you speak into it because I know you're soft-spoken. Madam Court Reporter has to take down what you're saying and they have to be able to hear you over there, all right? Okay, please state your name and spell it, your full name.
My name is Tejaswi Tamilmani Saraswati. Tejaswi. Tamilmani is Tamilmani. Saraswati Saraswathi.
Good afternoon. Are you a student?
Yes, I am a student here.
When you say here, what university are you a student at?
University of Georgia.
How long have you attended the University of Georgia?
It's been a year.
What are you studying?
I'm studying PhD in exercise physiology.
Are you a graduate student?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
Were you living at Building S, Apartment 114 on February 22nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Tell us a little bit about your apartment. Were you living there alone or with other people, and how big is your apartment?
I live in a one-bedroom apartment and I live alone there. It's on the first floor.
And by first floor, you mean the bottom floor?
Yes,
And is it on the end or is it in the middle of the building?
it's all the way to the end.
At some time that morning, first of all, what time did you wake up?
I would say around 7.
And at some point in the morning, did you notice something unusual?
Yes, I did. I heard some fidgeting sounds on my front door.
Where were you when you heard those sounds?
I was in the shower.
Describe to the court what you actually heard.
I was in the shower and I heard somebody trying to open my door. And initially I thought it was coming from upstairs, but when I stepped out of the bathroom, I noticed that it was coming from my front door. When I went to see who it was, I saw someone through the peephole trying to open it.
Could you describe the person that you saw?
The person had a black hood, black hat, black jacket, and black gloves, but I could not see the person's face.
Why couldn't you see their face?
I think it's because of the cap. It was blocking their face.
And when you said they ducked down, what do you mean by that?
So the moment I said hello, who is it? They ducked down. I think to avoid being seen through the peephole. I saw them bending and walking away.
Did you see that same individual again?
Yes, I saw them in my living room window.
And how did you see that individual again? And how much time passed from the time that you saw them at the door till you saw them in the window?
As soon as I saw them at the door, I went to pick up my phone from the bedroom and I came back to the door again and then tried calling for help, which is when I turned around and looked at the window and I noticed someone there. Then I could see them trying to look inside.
When you say trying to look inside, what exactly did you see?
I saw the person's cap jutting out through the window.
And did you see them in your window?
Yes.
What did you see them doing in your window?
I could see just their head and the cap part of it, their hat part of it, and they were trying to look inside my apartment.
Okay. And if you could, your apartment had windows, is
Yes.
that right? How many windows did your apartment have in the back?
One in the living room and one in the bedroom.
Your blinds that day, how did you have your blinds? Were they opened or were they closed?
They were 3/4 open.
Okay. And by 3/4 open, what do you mean?
It was open almost all the way up,
Okay.
just a little.
And I'm going to do a few things. Did you eventually call 911?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12. Had you have a chance to listen to State's Exhibit 12 prior to today?
Yes.
And is that your signature on State's 12?
Yes.
And is State's 12 a fair and accurate recording of your 911 call?
Yes.
State request permission to publish State's 12.
Nay.
The call is in many different audio files, so we're going to just start from the beginning and go down.
Clark County on one. Hello, I think someone's trying to break into my apartment. Okay, what's your address? Street and Rogers Road, building at 414. You're on UGA campus or what? Yeah. Let's see, you gotta go over. Yeah, let's see, 911, location of your emergency. Clark County, okay, ma'am. I'm a street and Rogers Road, building at. You're at 330 Baxter Street, Rogers Road. Street and Rogers Road. That's 330 Rogers Road? 310. 310, okay. So you're in building Sam? Emergency 911, location of your emergency. Okay, ma'am. I'm a street and Baxter building at. Yes, 330 Baxter Street. Street and Rogers Road. 330 Rogers Road? 310. 310, okay. So you're in building Sam? Building S? Yes. And your apartment is 310? Yes, 114 is your apartment. What was that? 114, exactly. That's the number. Okay, and what is your name? My name is David C.G.J.A.S.W.I. And your last name? Anonymous. C.A.M.I.N.A.N.I. Okay, and a good callback number for you. Okay. What's the phone number for you? This is the one. 951-536-2830. Okay, and what's going on? I'm in the shower and then I got some noise and I came to check that someone was a peephole. Someone was trying to open the door. And then I said, excuse me, and then they just ran away and then now they kept trying to look through my window. I didn't really see the space. They had all this gas and stuff on, but I don't know what's going on. Okay. And you're there alone? Yes, I'm alone here. Do you know if they're still outside? Not outside my door, and they came to into my window, but I don't know if it's a little away that I can't see. Okay. Did you see jacket and then they had a hook on.
Do you know if it was a male or a female?
I think it's the news to go because I already talked to the people.
Okay, do you know, was it just one person or was it more than one person?
Just one. I saw just one.
Are all your windows and doors locked?
There's no window, there's no lock.
There's no lock on the window?
I'm not going to
Okay, and is your front door locked?
Yes, I know.
Okay. Okay, is there anywhere safe that you can go inside of your apartment? That way if they were to make entry, like you lock yourself in the bathroom?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, go ahead and lock yourself in the bathroom until I get an officer out there, okay?
Okay.
Somebody out there, okay? You're welcome. I'm going to mute myself so I can talk to my units on the radio, and if you need me, just because I can still hear you, okay?
At this point, are you in your bathroom?
Yes, I was.
I think that's it to the next wave file.
Okay, and what direction are your windows facing?
The far side, not the road side, the other way.
So they're not facing the road?
Not facing the road.
Okay. I've got 3 officers on the way, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Once I get there, I'll let you know that they're at the front door, okay? Before you called me, how long ago was it when they...
It was just, I think, just when I called you, I had to see them and then just grab my phone and then take the call.
Okay. Has anyone reached out to you, been suspicious, stalking you or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not in secret. I think it's been trying to have like sometimes go take a shower after dancing license.
Okay.
I thought it was just out from upstairs or something, and then when I came out, I actually started in the kitchen. That made something.
Has anything like this ever happened to you before?
No, it's different.
Okay. How long have you lived in this apartment?
I moved in November around the Thanksgiving week last year.
Okay. Okay, you see them? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and sit in and let you see them, okay? Okay, alright, you're welcome. Okay, you should come in there any second, okay?
So does that complete your 911 call?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you say, I see them. Who were you talking about that you saw?
2 police officers.
Were they at your front door?
Yes.
And did you open your door to them?
Yes.
And did you tell them what you saw
Yes.
and what had happened?
They came in, asked me what happened, took my statement, and then they left.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 276. Do you recognize those windows?
Yes.
What are they?
They're my windows.
And is that how your blinds were that morning
Yeah.
of the 22nd day of February?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's 276.
No objection.
276, you said?
Yes, sir.
276 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So show us, and if you could show the court, in States 276 that we are looking at here, is that how your blinds were open?
Yes.
And can you show us on 276 on what is my right of the photo, which window is this?
That is the living room window,
And which window is the other window on the left side?
bedroom window.
The individual that you saw when you said they went around back and tried to look in, if you could demonstrate for the court, how did they do that? Were they on the brick? Were they right in the middle of the window? And which window was it, first of all?
So they were on the living room window,
So that would be where my pen is?
yes,
Okay, go ahead.
and they were to the brick wall side, so their body was there, yes, and they were their head. I could see their head through the window,
Okay. And can you show us how, could you see their body or their head?
just their head.
Show us how that person, you were able to see the head but not the body. If you could, stand up with the court's permission, step down, and just using this door frame here, show us. Okay?
So it was like, or I guess, like this.
So their back was to the brick,
Yeah.
and their head was through your window.
Yes.
And you could see their head in your window.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat. When you said, excuse me, through the door, did that person say anything back to you?
No.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, is it Ms. Saraswati?
Yes.
I want to start with that head you were describing just a second ago. Were you able to see any of the face?
No, I was not.
You only saw the cap
Yes.
and the hood covering the cap.
Yes.
And on the 911 call, when you're kind of describing what happened, you say that you're not really sure if it's a man or a woman,
Yes.
and you describe them as wearing a black hat and a black jacket.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Lawson?
No, sir.
Should be excused.
Yes, sir.
You're excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
You can call your next witness.
State calls Officer Simon, and I just need to talk to her about transportation. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat, state your first and last name, and spell it for Madam Court Reporter.
Jonathan Simon, Jonathan, Simon, Simon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer with the University of Georgia Police Department. I've been doing that for the past 3 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
Primarily answering calls for service, patrolling around, looking for issues of safety, of matter of life and property, and enforcing the state of Georgia laws.
Were you working in that capacity on the 22nd day of February 2024?
I was.
Did you respond to a 911 call made by a student, Tejaswi Sarawathi, at 310 Rogers Road?
I did.
It's 310 Rogers Road in Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
It is.
About what time did you get the call, and about how long did it take you to get there?
I got the call at 7:59 in the morning, and I arrived on scene at approximately 8:06 in the morning.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam that day?
I was.
And have you had a chance to look at the contents of State's Exhibit 277?
I did.
What is State's 277?
This is going to be my body camera footage for this time frame.
And does it fairly and accurately depict those recordings, and is a true and accurate recording of your body cam from the 22nd day of February 2024?
It is.
So we move to admit 277 and request permission to publish.
No objection. 277 is admitted. You may play it.
I am going to speed up a little bit in your body cam so we don't watch all of it. Do you see the counter at the top?
Yes.
13:06 on 2/22 of 24. Is that in UTC time?
It is approximately 5 hours before, so it would be 8 in the morning, I believe, if my math is correct.
8:06.
8:06, yes.
Do we see in this frame Building S?
Yes.
And what type of building is Building S?
Building S is a University Village housing. It's going to be housing primarily for grad students or international students. It's in an apartment format sort of style.
I want to fast forward to when you get to the apartment door. I'm going to stop you there at 13:07. Is that the front door to 114?
It is.
Tell us about that door. Is there a screen door?
Yes, it's a screen door up front, and then there's going to be a larger metal door right behind it.
So do we see the screen door there in the center of the frame?
Yes.
Hey, I'm sorry.
The person that we see in the center of the frame now at 13:07, who is that?
That is going to be the caller, Ms. Tejaswi Saraswati.
And how would you describe her demeanor that morning?
She seemed very unsettled, very scared in the moment, understandably so. So primarily I was just trying to use my best customer service voice to try to calm her down in that situation.
And you responded, and did other UGA police officers also respond?
Yes, I was the initial responding officer getting information from her. We had other units around the area searching for a potential suspect going on from there.
I'm sorry, your voice trailed off a little bit because somebody moved to the chair.
I'm sorry about that.
A little louder. You responded, others responded to do what?
They were searching the area for, the call came out as an individual jiggling the door handle, and so that individual looking through the window and left the area. So they were in that surrounding area looking for that individual.
And then when you say that surrounding area, this area around Building S?
Yes.
Hey, can I come in or you? Alrighty.
I want to stop right there. Do you see her back windows to the living room?
Yes.
All right. Can you point to those for the court?
This is going to be the back windows up there.
The only windows we see in the frame, and there is a pointer.
Oh, gotcha. This is going to be right here.
You got to go up behind you because
there we go.
No, we can't see
Yes.
that. All right. Thank
So,
you.
right there.
And how would you describe her blinds?
They're open at the moment.
So I'm just gonna get one thing over the radio. 6427. I believe it's gonna be the north facing at the end of the building. Hey, so you okay?
Oh, gotcha. I understand it'd be a little bit scary. I'm just going to be asking you a couple questions, get some clarifying information, okay?
And without going through everything she said to you, did she eventually tell you somebody tried to get in her apartment?
Yes.
And did she say that she saw the person on the back of the apartment in the blinds that we just saw?
Yes, she said it was the same individual.
And what did that person do in the back?
Walking by, she stated that he looked into the open window, looking inside the room.
You're taking a shower, correct? And you've heard something going on?
Yeah, I heard like something was moving, and I just heard someone from upstairs. I usually hear that. And then when I actually came out, I heard it coming through the door.
Have you heard it coming from this door?
Yes.
Okay.
So I went to see to the people, and then I saw actually someone was like crouched down and then trying to I guess open it.
Okay.
And then I thought it was just maintenance. I thought of opening, but I was like, why would they do that right in the first knock?
Yeah.
So, and then I said, excuse me. And as I said that, they tried to duck down, and I could see them knocking.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went away. And then after that, I tried to get the phone. Then when I was standing by the door, then I could see them peeping, trying to peep and take a look.
They're trying to look into that. So at no point do they ever enter your
No, they
door? Okay, good.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it there at 1309 for the record. Did she give you a general description of this person?
Yes, she gives me a general description.
And what's the general description that was given?
So a male of an unknown race with a black jacket and a black cap. She didn't give any other details because she stated he was crouching down at the door when she not looked through.
And did you put that information out on the radio?
Yes, I did put that on the radio.
And did you and other officers begin to try to search for that individual?
I did not search at this time. The other officers were searching. I searched later on after this call was completed.
And at 1309, we can actually see someone in the back of her window right now. Is that right?
Yes.
And who is that person?
So that is our intern currently. Right in front of her was Corporal Bridges with UGPD.
And in standing in the threshold of, or at the door inside Tasia Swee's apartment, did you have any difficulty seeing out that back window?
No, you can see completely clearly.
Is there camera footage around this building?
Yes, there was camera footage around this building at the time.
And I'm going to take that up with another officer who looked at that. So I believe at this point, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Any questions?
Yes, Officer Simon, just briefly, it looks like so we see that you were there speaking with the caller at between 8:06 and 8:09 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And then you left shortly after this, but then you came back later, right?
Yes, sir.
At about 9:05? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that you and Corporal Bridges came back about an hour later?
It was just me and Corporal Bridges at 9:05, and then Corporal Bridges did another check at 9:40 roughly.
Okay. And this was, I'm guessing y'all came back those two more times just to walk around and make sure you didn't see the suspicious person?
Yes, we were looking for that suspicious person again, yes.
And neither of y'all saw anyone at either 9:05 or 9:40?
No, sir.
That's all.
Anything else, Mr. Ross?
No, sir.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Donnelly?
No.
You're excused. Calling next witness.
The state calls Sally Kierisky, K-I-R. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
I do.
okay, if you could have a seat, please, and adjust the microphone where you can speak into it. Spell your first and last name, please.
First name is Sally, Sally. Last name is Kirkleski, Kirklewski.
And ma'am, what do you do for a living?
Say again, please.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a staff level researcher in public health research.
Are you a runner?
I am.
And how often do you run?
6 to 7 days a week.
How far do you run when you run?
Anywhere from 4 miles to 20, depending on what I'm training for.
Are you familiar with the trails behind the intramural fields in the University of Georgia called the Oconee Forest and those running trails back there?
I am familiar with them.
How are you familiar with those trails?
I run and walk there frequently.
How many times would you estimate you have ran and walked those trails?
I would say well over 1,000 at this point since I've been in Athens.
I want to direct your attention to the 22nd day of February, 2024. Were you running that morning?
I was.
First of all, what part of town were you living in, and how did you get to the fields? Did you drive? Did you run? Did you walk?
I was living off of South Millage Avenue, and I ran there.
You ran there. About what time did you leave your house?
Around 8:04 in the morning.
And about what time did you make your way onto the running trails?
I would say I got to the trails just after 8:20 a.m.
Were you wearing any kind of digital device that monitored your pace, where you ran, and your heart rate?
Yes.
What were you wearing?
Garmin Forerunner watch.
Were you running alone that day or with someone else?
I was running alone.
And when you were running, what, if anything, did you have on you?
I had the watch, long sleeve shirt, pants, mittens, little warm headband, running shoes, and a heart rate monitor.
And a heart rate monitor?
Mm-hmm.
While on your run, did you see anything unusual?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you see?
I would say that morning what was unusual, that there were a number of UGA police cars out, which wasn't quite typical of that area. And that kind of got me a little on edge.
And why did that get you on edge?
I had run past a police officer that had stopped a student on East Campus Road, and he had said to the student, or I overheard there were reports of suspicious activity. I wasn't sure where, but it did make me a little nervous.
About what time was that where you saw an officer talking about suspicious activity?
Let's see, that would have been probably around 8:15 in the morning.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. It might be easier to do it this way. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States 278. You recognize States 278?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the map of my run that morning.
And State would move to admit States 278 and request permission to publish.
No objection.
278 submitted, and you may.
So showing you 278, this is a map of your run that morning, you said?
Yes.
And was that made from your digital device?
Yes, it was.
How far did you run that morning?
6 miles.
Tell me where my pencil is, where the green is. What is that?
That is right outside my apartment where I began the run.
All right. And tell us, if you could, using a pointer, there's a pointer right there. If you could show the court which direction did you run and show us your run.
Oh, yes.
Keep your voice up. There you go.
All right. I began my run here at the green dot and went through, there's a break in the hedges between there and an apartment complex that was called Cielo. I ran through there, back to a little bit of this multi-use path, and continued down Millage Avenue Extension. Took a right onto East Campus Road.
Yeah, you may have to stand up a little bit. There we go.
And then took a right onto College Station Road. Took another right onto Lake Herrick Drive. Continued down there to the trailhead here. Entered the trails. Came down, curved around, took this sharp left. Continued down this larger trail that's gravel. Took a right at the lake. Came out a left, continuing along the lake. And then came back up around the fields here and down. and then around there's the band practice field and some courts here. Made a loop in this parking lot. Came back out around, down by the lake, out, up. Came back, kind of retraced my steps, took a left onto College Station, left onto East Campus, left onto Millage Avenue Extension, came back, did a little lap around the parking lot here to hit 6 miles, and ended where I started.
Thank you. At some point in your run on the trails, did you see an individual?
I did.
Okay. If you can have a seat now, if you don't mind, and then adjust the microphone if you need to. Where were you when you saw the individual?
I was on the trails where this circle is.
Okay, so where the blue circle is?
Correct.
Is there a retention pond near there?
There is.
Okay, and so where did you circle this yourself, this blue circle?
I did.
Right. And does that indicate where you saw this individual?
Yes.
What time was it when you saw this individual at this blue circle?
Around 8:24 a.m.
What did you see?
I saw a person who appeared to be a man just based on stature, average height, wearing a navy blue jacket, black gloves or mittens, hood up, dark pants and dark shoes. And he was standing, I'm assuming he was standing facing away from the trail, away from the retention pond.
So you came around from the direction of, let me do this again. This is where you came around, right? From this way?
Yes.
And when you see that individual, were they ever facing you at any time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you see anything in their hands?
I saw what appeared to be a phone.
And in one of the hands?
Correct.
Did you talk to this individual?
I did not.
Did this individual look at you?
Not that I could see, no.
And did you, what did you do once you saw this individual?
I continued running past this person a little bit faster. I was a little worried. So continued to the running past the pond to make that sharp left.
What about that individual that you observed made you worried?
I would say it would be that this person didn't look at me when I came around, and usually even if someone's just standing there, they hear a noise and they kind of look or make any sort of body motion, and they were really, really still.
Was this person alone?
Yes.
When you ran past them, how fast do you think you were going?
Probably around an average of like an 8:30 per mile pace, and then I picked it up after that around there, so probably a 7:45 pace.
And you continued your path around the lake like you showed us?
Correct.
Did you ever do another loop within the fields to go back to this location?
No, I didn't, no.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You said you saw this individual around 8:24 a.m.?
That's correct.
And you're pretty sure about that time because your run tracked where you were at different points during that time?
Correct, yes.
When you first saw this person, you said they didn't look at you. Could you tell where they were looking?
They were looking south, away from the trail.
And was that towards or away from the retention pond area?
I was away from the retention pond. Would have been north, my bad.
And were they standing on the path or off the path?
They were just off the path.
And when you ran by them, how close were you to them?
I would say about 6 feet.
But you didn't see them at any point turn to look at you?
No.
When you ran past them, did you ever look back?
I looked back after I had rounded that sharp turn on the map, making that left.
And had the individual moved or come towards you in any way?
Not that I could tell.
And I believe when you were describing what the individual's wearing, you said dark colored shoes.
Correct.
Can you, like black shoes, or do you know what color they were?
I don't know what color they were.
But they were dark, so they weren't like white shoes.
Not that I could tell.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, sir, may she be excused.
Any objection, Ms.
No
Beck?
objection.
You're excused. Thank you. We're going to take a break.
Yes, sir.
10-minute recess.
Jay Burney.
Special Agent Jay Burney. Jay Burney. Oh, God. Well, hello.
Yes.
If you need.
Okay, thank you.
If you can raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat, say, and spell your first and last name.
My name is James, last name Burney, Berni.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent in the FBI.
Where are you assigned?
I'm assigned to the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division, specifically the FBI's CAST, C-A-S-T unit.
What is the FBI's CAST unit?
So CAST, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, it's a team stood up by the FBI in 2009 after the FBI noticed an increased use of cell phone records in criminal trials. So CAST team members like myself specialize in both historical and active cell phone mapping and tracking.
How long have you worked for the CAST team?
I started doing CAST work in 2015 and became a full certified member in 2016, so approximately 8 years.
What does it, well, tell us first of all a little bit about your educational background.
Yeah, so I graduated from Auburn University with a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice.
And prior to working at the FBI, did you work anywhere else?
I did 10 years active duty in the United States Army.
What did you do for the United States Army?
So the last 6 years I spent in the intel community working at the National Security Agency, where my job was to track Department of Defense high-value targets in Iraq using their communication devices like cell phones and satellite phones.
Tell the court a little bit about your specialized training in the field of cellular devices.
Yeah, so as a CAST team member, we receive about 400 hours of specialized training in our initial training. Everything from radio wave theory, how does a radio wave move through space. We also get training directly from the cell phone manufacturers. So Apple, Samsung, Google, they come in and teach us how their devices work. But some of the best training we receive is also from the cell phone providers, meaning AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, what used to be Sprint. They come in and teach us how does their network operate and how does a phone operate within their network. So the time you hit the green button to place a call, how does the cell phone providers keep records for all of your activities? How would we use those records to track an individual or a device to historical or active locations?
How many investigations have you conducted using historical cellular telephone data analysis and cell phone location data and GPS location data?
So this has been my full-time job since 2019. So every day I look at cell phone records. I handle all the Amber Alerts for Georgia and also half of the ones for Alabama and the Panhandle of Florida. So I look through thousands of records a year, and probably within those 8 years, on average, close to 1,000 records a year.
I'm going to hand you two exhibits. The first one is States Exhibit 274. Do you recognize States 274?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It is my CV.
And the state would move to admit States 274.
No objection. 274 is admitted.
The next one is States 275. What is States 275?
275 is a printout copy of my analysis for this case.
And the state would move to admit States 275.
No objection.
275 is admitted.
And Judge, we have 275 on a PowerPoint. And we're going to display 275 in PowerPoint mode for the court. And what we'll do at the end of the day, because our disk, our thumb drive got corrupted, which had both FBI PowerPoints on it, but at the end of the day, we will reburn both FBI PowerPoints. So that would be Special Agent Jamie Hipkiss and Special Agent Jay Burney onto one thumb drive, and just move to admit the PowerPoints for the record so that they can be part of the record.
We won't have any objection to that.
Thank you.
So first then, have you previously been qualified before as an expert in the fields of historical cellular telephone data analysis and historical telephone location data and GPS data?
I have.
Approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert in those fields?
About 98 different times in 9 different states.
Okay. And that would that also include, have you qualified before as an expert in the superior courts of the state of Georgia?
Yes.
And have you also qualified as an expert in said matters in federal court?
Yes, ma'am.
The state would move to qualify, or excuse me, the state would submit Special Agent Burney as an expert in the fields of cellular historical telephone data analysis, cellular telephone location data, and GPS location data.
The witness will be allowed to testify as an expert in those areas.
And the word I was looking for was tender. We would tender him as an expert.
Very well.
Thank you.
Except that, is there an objection, or do you want to inquire any further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about your analysis in this case. What were you asked to do in this case, and what did you do?
Yeah, so I was asked to review several cell phone records for several different phones, also extraction location history for several different devices, and also the extraction history for a Garmin GPS watch.
Your slide number 2, what are we looking at?
Yeah, so this just, again, says that I was asked to review specifically these 2 phone records as target phones in this investigation, as they were involved in the homicide of Laken Riley in Athens, Georgia on February 22nd of 2024. And then it discusses the methodology, and that's basically using the call detail records, or the phone bill of a phone plus some additional information listed in the call detail records, putting that together with a tower list. And that allows us to get a general location of where a device is when it has an activity on the network.
And the conclusions we'll discuss as we go along the way. But before we move on, the phone number in blue, 770-778-49.
Yeah, that device was associated with Laken Riley, and that is operated by Verizon.
And the number in red, 34735.
Yeah, that device was associated to Jose Ibarra, and that is operated by T-Mobile.
What are we looking at in slide 3?
Yeah, so this is just various cell phone towers. The most common are the ones on the left-hand side, the monopole, the lattice work. But then we also show the structural tower on the bottom left down there. Again, those are antennas, those white vertical-looking things. That's what your phone connects to route its call or data sessions through there. Everything on the right-hand side is also a cell phone tower. We show that just to say, just because you don't see a tall monopole or lattice work tower in your area, doesn't mean there's not cell phone antennas providing coverage in your area.
Slide 4. Sorry.
Yeah, so cell phone towers, again, are the connection between our device and what we want to do on the network. So we can also connect our phones via Wi-Fi, and we do that. But everything we're going to look at today is from records from the cell phone providers. So these records will show the connection between the cell phone device and the tower itself. And in those records, it lists the cell phone tower, the number of the tower that's used, plus the side or the sector that was also used to carry that call or activity. So what we see here in this is basically, again, the vast majority of cell phone towers, about 95% of all towers in the United States are three-sided towers. So what we see here on the left-hand side is the cell phone tower in the middle. That's that triangle shape in the middle. And so the providers, in order to provide more space for users, they take one tower and they divide it up into 3 equal parts. And you see that here kind of on the left-hand side. You see sector or side number 1 is the red side, sector is side number 2, blue, and the third one being green. But when we get the records and we look at the actual activity on the device, we can then map that activity and show which sector. So in the middle there kind of shows when we see which tower was used for the device and which side or sector. We can then put left or right limits to each of those sides or sectors to help annotate it on the map.
What is timing advance data?
So in addition to the call detail records or kind of the phone bill with tower information, there's other records kept by a service provider, and those are what we call timing advance records. So I just talked about how a service provider puts in a cell phone tower in an area to provide coverage in that area. And then in order to provide more spots for users, they divide that one tower into 3 equal parts. But then to get even more users, what they do is for each of those sectors, those antennas, your phone doesn't use that antenna for the entire period it's on a phone call. It's giving a time slot. Meaning, when I leave the court today and I call my wife to tell her I'm on my way home, no matter how long my call is, my phone will only use a tower for a short period of time. So it might transmit data for 5 milliseconds. Then someone else's phone, then someone else's phone, then my phone comes back on top for another 5 milliseconds to transmit data. So, and those are kind of like appointment times on the tower. So what timing advance is the synchronization of the network, meaning if all the phones tried to reach the tower at exactly the same time, nothing would happen, right? Interference, everybody kind of crashes together. So they make appointment times. In order for your phone to reach its appointment time, it has to know how far away it is from the tower. So if a phone is right underneath the tower, in order to meet its appointment time, it can send its signal really close to that appointment time. But if that device is a mile away or a half mile away, it has to send its signal earlier to reach its appointment time at the right time. So the network syncs all of its devices, and in doing so determines an approximate distance that the device is away from the tower. And that's what timing advance records are. Some things to note about timing advance records is it's not reliant upon the user doing anything. So the phone just has to be on the network. It can be in my pocket, it can be on the table. It doesn't require me to place a phone call, text message, or a data session.
And is that how the timing advance data in some ways is different than a regular CDR?
Yes,
with cell site tower location?
Yes. So
can you explain that?
Yeah, so the two big difference between the call detail records, again, that's like the phone bill with the tower information, versus the timing advance. So the CDRs are reliant upon activity on the device. So for me, if you're looking at my records, on the CDR, you're only going to see when I place or receive phone calls, text messages, or have some kind of billable data. But on timing advance, you're going to see my phone checking in all the time with the network. Sometimes it's several times a minute, and sometimes it's every couple minutes that device is checking in with the network. And again, also with the timing advance, you're getting a general distance that the device is away from the tower.
Regardless of if you're texting or calling or doing anything with your phone just has to be on.
Correct. You could do none of those things as long as your phone is on.
Okay. Your next slide, which is slide 6.
Yeah, so another source of data that we reviewed was Garmin Watch GPS location history. So again, the Garmin watch that Ms. Riley had on was activated as a GPS tracker during a run activity or a physical activity. And during that, the watch was recording with GPS accuracy down to 3 to 4 meter accuracy of where the watch was the entire time during the session.
Slide number 7.
So another source of information that we had was also phone extraction information from one of Mr. Ibarra's devices. And some of that information, I think, has already been recently discussed as Samsung Rubin data. And so again, what that is the device itself, using sensors on the device, Wi-Fi location, sometimes GPS, and other things like Bluetooth, generating an approximate location of where that device is and storing that information on the device, which then can be downloaded.
Is Rubin data like timing advanced data? Does Rubin data require the user of the phone to be doing anything for Rubin data to be generated and captured by the device?
No, it does not. So the device is just generating location information based on settings on the device itself.
And how much the Rubin data in this particular case, it came from a Samsung device?
It did.
And is it the one that we said the phone number to earlier on in your presentation?
It was.
Thank you. Your next slide.
All right, so for the next couple slides, we're going to see mapped activity of the phone devices, the GPS, and the extraction Rubin data. But for each cell phone tower information, what you're going to see is this call out, what we call a call out box. And so the call out box is all the information from the call detail records and the timing advance report. So at the top, it lists that unique cell ID number. So again, that's the tower number, and then the dash is the sector number. And then the date of the activity listed there in this example. And then the target phone number will be listed there. The time of the event will be listed, all in local time. And then it'll also show whether it was an incoming or outgoing call or text message. The next part there where it says 60 is the compass direction of the sector used. So remember I said a tower covers 360 degrees, a full circle. So in this instance, the phone used a sector that pointed towards 60 degrees, or basically north and east. And then the other phone number on the far right-hand side is the other number associated with this call or text. One other thing you see on there is the letters RTD. That stands for range to device. And then it says 0.34 MI, so that's 0.34 miles. So again, that's going to be a timing advance activity. So in this instance, at 2:09 a.m., the phone checked in with the network and reported an approximate distance of 0.34 miles.
And this is just a hypothetical not associated with this case?
Correct.
Just explaining how the records look?
Correct.
All right. Your next slide, page 9.
Again, these are just the devices that I was asked to review, both cell phone records, extraction, location history, and also the Garmin GPS watch.
And focusing on the T-Mobile Jose Ibarra number that we see there. So could you tell the court what different types of data did you look at for him and his device?
Yeah, so I reviewed both the call detail records, so again, the phone bill with the tower information, timing advance records from T-Mobile, and extraction location history.
Which is Rubin data.
Which is the Rubin data.
And if you could, just so we're not confused when you say that, can you just say Rubin data?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you looked at all three of those things for his location.
I did.
Thank you. All right, let's start with Laken Riley. Is that who slide number 11 is dealing with?
It is.
Go ahead and tell us what we're looking at here at slide number 11.
Yeah. Your Honor, may I stand and point?
Yes.
All right, so each of the map slides will look approximately the same. what we'll see here is on the very top will be the date time period.
I'm just going to move this a little closer to you so make sure Madam Court can hear you. Okay.
At the top will be the date and the time period of the map. On the top left-hand portion up here will be any phones or watch information. So again, on this slide, we see it's the blue phone associated with Miss Riley and her watch. On the right-hand side here will be any locations of interest. I was given several locations of interest to compare the locations of the phones and watches to. So we have R being the Ibarra residence here. You see that yellow box here. Blue LR is the Laken Riley residence. We see that with this blue square up here. And then the crime scene where the body was located, we have here, we see that as the red box here. So in this example, or on this slide, we're looking at 9:03 to 9:53. And this is just Laken Riley's timing advance records, call detail records, and her GPS watch. So if we look at the cell phone activity first, we see at 9:03:09, there was a timing advance report of 0.68 miles. So we get the tower, we get the sector or side of the tower, and then what we can see here is that device reported a distance of 0.68 miles. So within this tower and sector, this shaded area right here is that 0.68 miles. So we have the timing advance arc there. We have an outgoing call placed at 9:03, 35 seconds to a phone number 6550. And then the next activity is at 9:10:50. We have a timing advance arc of 0.58, which is this timing advance arc right here. At 9:11:05 a.m. is an outgoing call placed to 911. And then the next timing advance, there's several timing advance, but the next one we looked at was at 9:53:11. Same arc right here as this one before, 0.58 miles. And then a next incoming call again to that 6855.
And so go ahead.
So again, that's just the information from the phone data from Verizon in this case. What we also plotted here is the watch locations. So again, when she activated her run session at approximately 9:03 a.m. in the morning, it turned that watch into a GPS tracker. So again, that watch is then constantly recording among lots of different pieces of evidence or lots of different pieces of activity about her, the location. So we could track her location as she was running down here, and at 9:06:42 she went into the woods here, and then we can see she went up, hit this trail about 9:08, and then started moving eastbound, and then about 9:09:42 took that trail that goes north and west in this location here. We'll see on the next slide here, but 9:10 to 9:31, 9:10:31 to 9:26:53, all of her GPS activity is inside of this small area where the crime scene was.
The next page then is page 12.
So this is just concentrating on the GPS locations from the Garmin watch between 9:10:02 to 9:10:36. And again, we can see the GPS moving approximately down the trail here at 9:10:36. It's right here.
The next slide, 13.
So this is the time period between 9:10:37 and 9:14:58. And again, we can see the device has numerous GPS locations all within this small area right here together there.
At some point, does her device move off the trail and closer to the box that we see called crime scene?
It does.
Next slide, 14. What does this depict?
Yeah, so at 9:15:02 is the last time the device reported in the vicinity of the trail. Then that device seen moving a little bit eastbound and then northbound here, where there's a lot of activity in this general area here, 9:15:20 to 9:26:53. That 9:26:53, the device has been stationary. Heart rate drops now at this point, and so the GPS location history stops coming in on that device at 9:26:53.
Okay, so your last GPS location on that device is at 9:26:53.
For this time period.
And we see in the box that you have drawn there, does that mean the device is moving, or what is with all the different purple marks we see?
Yeah, so again, each of these is a Latin long associated with the GPS device. As we all know, when we use GPS to travel in a direction, when you're moving, GPS is awesome and it tells you, hey, you need to turn, and then you turn. But when you start your GPS, sometimes it thinks you're headed the wrong direction or going this direction or that direction. So GPS, when it's not moving a whole lot, sometimes the accuracy can be a little bit less. And so some of these hits will be over here, but what we do is look at the aggregate of all of the hits together. And again, all of the hits together put that device in this general area here.
Moving on to your slide number 15.
Yeah, so again, the next several maps will be of the red phone associated with Mr. Ibarra.
So first looking at page 15, what data are you mapping here?
Yeah, so again, what we have is the data directly from this device here ending in 3978. That's a T-Mobile device. And what we have here is the timing advance. So we're looking at, again, the CDRs, which is the phone bill plus the tower information. The timing advance, so the phone just checking in with the network. And then also the Rubin data.
Okay, so all of that is here on this slide.
Correct.
And in looking at all three, or that data, all three parts of data, or all three types of data, were you able to determine at what time Jose Ibarra's mobile device left his residence?
Approximately, yes.
And what time is that?
So during this time period, we can see again, the timing advance shows the arcs of where the phone is, and we can see the Rubin data here shows 11 to 12 meter hits right here on the residence. So on this slide, you can see between 9:30 and 9:45, all of the activity is in the vicinity of the residence.
I'm sorry, you said 9. Is that 9 or 6?
Correct. It's 6:42.
Okay, so 6:30 a.m. to 6:45 a.m. the phone is at the residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And by residence, you mean Jose Ibarra's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Next slide, 17.
So what we see here is continuation 6:46 to 6:59 p.m. Again, we see the timing advance.
I'm sorry, I heard you say p.m., but I'm reading a.m.
A.m. I'm sorry.
Okay, it is a.m., right?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
So what we have here again is the timing advance arcs here. So we see on the previous slide the phone was just using one tower, one sector with one reported timing advance. Now we're seeing a lot of different timing advance arcs from two different towers here. We also start to see the Rubin data move away from the residence, which we'll see more of on the next page.
Page 18.
So again, this is just looking at the Rubin data. We kind of peeled off the timing advance arcs. And what we can see, again, is that 6:32 a.m. to 6:47 a.m., the device is in the vicinity of the Ibarra residence. And then the first activity we have away from the residence is this one here at 6:52, an 11 meter hit.
And the next one, what is the one at 6:57?
Yeah, so then at 6:57, we see a 35 meter location history here, close to what I've labeled as number 1, associated address number 1, which is 310 Rogers Road.
What is a 35 meter hit?
So what that means is the device is trying to determine the location, its location, and it's using, again, lots of different sensors. Sometimes GPS, sometimes it's using Wi-Fi locations, meaning the device senses other Wi-Fi locations and it says, hey, I see Jay's Wi-Fi location. I know where Jay's Wi-Fi is, so now I know where my device is. And so what we see is based on the signal strength from either the GPS location or the Wi-Fi locations that the device senses, it determines an error radius of the device. So it basically provides the latitude and longitude of where it believes the device is and says that device is within an approximate distance. So in this case, that approximate distance is 35 meters.
Is it your expert opinion that that device left the Ibarra residence at 6:52 a.m. or thereabouts?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is it your expert opinion that at 6:57 a.m. that device is near Building S, the 310 Rogers Road?
Yes, it is.
Next slide, 19.
So here we have 7 a.m. to 7:15 a.m. And again, this is both the CDR's timing events and that Rubin data all piled together. And so again, we see a lot of different timing events arcs from both different towers here. And then we also see some of the Rubin data, 702, 707, and 712, which we'll see more of on the next slide.
And why are there two different arcs for the timing advance data? How does that happen?
Yeah, so again, the phone checks in to determine its distance. And in this case here, a lot of times when a device is in an area of overlap, meaning it is in an area between two different towers, it's checking in with both of those towers to determine its distance. So we see this device had check-ins from this tower located here, as we see some of these arcs here, and it's also checking in with this tower here, these arcs right there.
And is it your opinion that at this time that device is again over Building S?
Yes, during some of this time period, which we'll see on the next slide.
Okay, there we go. Tell me what we're looking at, slide 20.
So again, on this slide, what we're focusing on is the Rubin data here. So we have the first check-in here is at 7:02 from the Rubin data, then at 7:07, and then that device moves southbound and reports location here at approximately 7:12 a.m.
And in between the two concentric circles that are marked 702, 707, there appears to be a blue icon there. Is that a bus stop?
It is.
Okay. And is that a bus stop outside of or near Building Rogers Road, 310 Rogers Road?
It is. This is 310 Rogers Road, also referred to as Building S.
Okay, where your one is.
Correct.
Okay. So that is the bus stop in front of Building S.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. What are we looking at page 21?
So again, just a continuation here. We have 7:16 to 7:34. Again, a combination of both information from the CDRs and the timing events, plus the Rubin data. So again, now that device, for timing events purposes, was checking in with only one tower, and then we have a Rubin location history here at 7:33. So we go into more on the next slide.
Slide 22.
So again, this is between 7:16 and 7:59. These are your timing advance arcs. That device is checked in with two different towers, which to me says that there's possible movement of that device, which is supported by the Rubin location history here, which we'll see zoomed in on the next slide.
And when you say movement, what do you mean by movement?
Yeah, so if a phone is located in one area, and that one area would be, let's say, if you go back to the next slide, I can get more explaining here. So let's say that phone was, located down here near the residence or off of this portion down here. Well, the tower that's closest to it would probably get most of the check-in. So that phone may only check in with one tower and have one timing advance arc if it's stationary, right? But a lot of times when we see a device is moving, we're obviously getting multiple distances, check-ins from those devices, that the phone is checking in at multiple locations. Plus, it's pulling from a separate tower in this area here.
So page 23, is that the Rubin data again?
It is.
Okay. And how would you describe the Rubin data in relation to your number one, 310 Rogers Road?
Yeah, so again, this is between 7:16 a.m. and 8 a.m. Again, this is only the Rubin data. The first one we have here is 7:33, an 11-meter location history here. We then see that device move northbound to the area around Building S, or the associated address number 1. And we have several location histories check-in, 7:35, there's 2, 7:36, 7:37, 42, 7:47, 7:52, and then that device again has another location check-in at 8 o'clock down this way. So the device was in this general area here, moved up closer to Building S during this time period here, 7:35 to 7:52, and then sometime after that, up until 8 o'clock, the device is now moved again south.
So between 7:35 and 7:52, would your expert opinion be that that device is at Building S, number 1?
Yes, or very close to it. We see some of these location histories being as small as 2 meters, which again is about 7 feet.
And is this data that we see on page 23 also concordant with the timing advance data that you had shown us earlier?
It does. It matches up into the distances from the towers.
Okay. Next, screen 24.
So here we have between 8 and 8:59. Again, we see a lot of timing advance here. This would be indicative of some phone movement during this time period. A lot of different distances on each of these towers here. Plus, we have this Rubin data here at 8:12, 8:17, all the way up to 8:55, which we'll see more of on the next slide.
And when you say movement, again, what do you mean by that for this particular slide, page 24?
Yeah, so again, the device, if stationary, the timing advance distance would come back as the same distance. But since we're seeing multiple distances, sometimes on the same tower, but sometimes on other towers, it means that there's been movement of this device during that time period.
And within the range that we see here on page 24.
Correct, between 8 and 9, which is also supported by the Rubin data.
Page 25.
So the Rubin data here, 8:12, 8:17, again, locations down here, 8:34, location here in the vicinity of, again, the location 1, and then 8:55, location here, a pretty large 104-meter location history there.
And for Rubin data, can you ask for specific times? Like, can you look at the phone extraction and just say, tell me, Rubin data, where was the phone at 8:24 a.m., for example? Or are you just stuck with what the phone collects?
Yeah, you just have what the phone collects and stores. So depending upon the settings on the device, things going on the device is going to collect and store location history to make a better experience for the users. So we can just testify and review that information.
So from 8:01 a.m. to 8:55 a.m., there's movement around, again on the phone in that vicinity that we see. What happens at 8:55 a.m.?
So at 8:55 is the last part of the Rubin data. There's not going to be any Rubin data again until 9:40.
And that is a big gap. So 8:55 to 9:40, there is no Rubin data. What explains no Rubin data? How is Rubin data collected?
So Rubin data is collected through a couple different sources. One is GPS. We saw some of our hits be GPS on the last one. These 2 and 3 meters were GPS collections. Some are Bluetooth collections, but the vast majority of location history from Reuben is from Wi-Fi. So if there is a Wi-Fi and it's turned on, it's sending beacons out to phones or devices saying, hey, on my Wi-Fi location, here I am. Whether it's open or closed, whether you join it or not, your device sees those Wi-Fi beacons. And it says, hey, I know Jay's Wi-Fi beacon, I just saw it, because I know where Jay's Wi-Fi beacon, where Jay's Wi-Fi is, I now know where my device is. And it knows where those Wi-Fis are because it's collected through open source information. So on all of our phones, specifically Samsung or Google phones, your device is collecting location history, sending it back to the provider so that the providers can use that information to better know where you are, to provide a better experience for the phone.
Did you check and measure yourself the area of the Oconee Forest Park to see if there is any Wi-Fi in that area?
I did.
And what were your results?
There was no Wi-Fi in the area of the park.
All right, so what is our next slide here, 26?
So again, this is looking at the device associated with Mr. Ibarra, 3978, and also included the GPS locations from Riley's watch. And so what we have here is at 9:03, we have the red device is somewhere within these timing advance arcs right here. Again, at this point in time, we don't have any Reuben data like we had in all the other previous slides.
So then is that consistent to slide page 26? Well, let me ask it a different way. Is it your opinion that that device of Jose Ibarra's was in the forest at this time?
Yes, obviously there's no Wi-Fi to provide locations. I did test for Wi-Fi all the areas covered by this tower here and this tower here to include this vast area. The only places within that test that provided no Wi-Fi was the general area of the Oconee Forest Park.
So the fact that there's no Wi-Fi and you have no Reuben data during this time period, is that concordant with the timing advance data that we see here with the device being in the forest?
It is.
And how long were you able to determine that that device belonging to Jose Ibarra was in the forest?
Yeah, so again, the last Reuben data we saw was 8:55, and then the next one we see isn't until 9:40.
And by 9:40, has that device left the forest?
You'll see in the timing advance where that device
Okay,
is.
all right, so we'll get there then. Page 27.
So again, timing advance arcs here, plus we have Laken Riley's GPS locations here. So the timing advance for this device at 9:03:50 and 9:51, again, put it in this spot here. Again, one thing to remember is there's still no Reuben data, which means when we tested these areas here, there was Wi-Fi everywhere except for the park, which allows us to kind of help pinpoint where the device could have been, and that would be somewhere within this portion here. And then again, we have the Riley GPS locations, and at 9:06, that device is still headed southbound.
Page 28.
So here again, 9:06 to 9:09 a.m. If we look at Riley's locations here, we see now she's moved down here, and at 9:06, she's now entering the woods here, the forest, and then her run trail takes her up and along this trail here at 9:09. What we have on the Ibarra device is again timing advance check-ins at 9:11 or 9:09 11 seconds and 9:09:56, both of which are on this timing advance arc. Again, still no Reuben data during this time period, which allows us to say that device was most likely in the forested area somewhere along this arc.
And is it your expert opinion in looking at both Laken Riley's Garmin watch data and the timing advance data from Jose Ibarra's phone that their two digital profiles are closing in on one another at this time?
They are.
The next slide.
So this is 909 to 912. And again, if we look at the Riley GPS here, we see at 909.12 it's here. 909.51 it made that turn to go north and west along that trail. And then we have the rest of those locations here, 910 to 912. We also have some timing advance of her device. Again, her device checking in with the network at 9:10:51. And you see that as that blue arc right here. We also have the timing advance for the 3978 red device. And so what we see here is at 9:09:56 is the first one. It's using this tower here, and we see it reports the distance at 0.58, which is the exact distance of Riley's check-in approximately 1 minute later. Here we have the device checking in using this distance right here at approximately 9:10 all the way to 9:12:08.
So during this time period that we see on slide 29, 9:09 a.m. to 9:12 a.m., are Laken Riley's digital profile and the Jose Ibarra phone, again, next to one another or on top of each other or coinciding? How would you describe it?
I would say that they are very close.
Next slide.
Again, this is a continuation, 9:13 to 9:09. Again, we already looked at Riley's GPS. We know that's all kind of in the vicinity of the crime scene during this time period. This is also where we have some timing advance off of her device, still reporting approximately the same distance at 9:17 here. And during this time period, we have the Ibarra device checking in using this tower and sector here, these arcs, at 9:13 to 9:09, with one of those during those time periods at 9:16. It's also checking in with this tower and sector here.
9:30, or excuse me, page 31, 9:20 to 9:27.
Continuation here. Again, we have looking at Riley's GPS device, 9:20 to 9:26:58. Again, 9:26:58 is the last time the device reports a latitude and longitude location. And then we have her timing advance at 9:20 and 9:26. Again, that device reports this approximately the same distance, so no movement that we can see on her device. And then we have his device here, the 3978 device, again in red here, reporting in several different distances from 0.4 to 0.9 between the 9:20 and 9:20 time period, again in this arc portion right here.
Page 32.
Again, continuation, 9:30 to 9:39. Now I'm looking at just the 3978 device, and what we see here is a lot of different timing advance arcs here. Again, the first one is at 9:30:06, and it reports 0.58 miles, which is the farthest distance here. And then what we see is that device reports closer and closer and closer to the tower, meaning that device started at 9:30:06, ending at 9:39:55, was farther away and got closer to the tower, eventually using this timing advance arc here at 9:39:55. So again, I'd say the device was farther away from the tower and gets closer to the tower during this time period. Again, still no Rubin data from the device at 9:39.
And you've already told us at this point, Laken Riley's digital profile does not move after 9:26 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
So how long, from what time period, and if you need to flip back to look at your report, let me know, but from what time period to what time period did Laken Riley's digital profile and the Jose Ibarra device profile overlap in the forest?
Yeah, so approximately 9:10 on, pull up the slide here. So on page 12 is where we saw the device at 9:10:02 as it traveled north and west on the trail, and getting to the area at 9:10:36, that eventually it stays within that area and eventually moves off the trail approximately 5 minutes later. So I would say, and also based on his timing advance of where he is, plus the lack of Rubin data, I would say that the devices came in contact somewhere around the late portions of 9:10. So
until when?
Until approximately, I would say probably 9:32 is when we see his device. Again, on this slide here, we can see at 9:30 it's here. 9:30 and 53 seconds, it's now a little bit closer. 9:32:07, it's now a little bit closer. So I would say it's somewhere around the 9:30 to 9:32 time period.
And then that device, the Jose Ibarra device, is on the move at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And in what direction does his device move, and where does it go, and at what time?
Yeah, so again, we saw on the other slide at 9:30 to 9:39, it moved far, it started farther, and eventually got closer to the tower. During this time period at 9:40 to 9:50 a.m., now we have timing events, plus now we're seeing the Rubin data again. The first location of that Rubin data is at 9:40 a.m., a 98-meter hit. And then we see 9:45, and then eventually 9:50 here. And again, that all interacts with our timing advance data we have here between 9:40 and 9:50 a.m.
And you have marked in this page 33 a D1 dumpster. What is that?
That's a location I was asked to look at as far as location information of where I think an article of clothing or something like that might have been thrown in the dumpster.
And is it consistent with the Rubin data that you have seen that that Jose Ibarra device is at that dumpster and could be at that dumpster at 9:44 a.m.?
Yes. Again, we have 9:40 here. The next location is at 9:45 here. So obviously you can see the scale of the map on the bottom between the device, the dumpster here, and this 9:45 is probably, I don't know, 70 or 80 feet distance. So yes, it's completely logical that at 9:45 the device could have been near the dumpster, but it just didn't report a location during that time. The next one we had was at 9:45.
And at 9:50 is the device back at the Ibarra residence?
It is.
And so at what time did the Jose Ibarra device leave his residence that morning on the 22nd?
Yes, so it leaves the residence. The first location we can see that it left the residence was at 6:52 a.m.
And what time does it return to the residence?
The returns back to the residence at approximately 9:50 a.m.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I will pass the witness. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. One more thing. Sorry, I forgot. At some point, did you also look at Diego Ibarra's phone and attempt to find GPS location data?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you could have a seat for this. I think we're done with your presentation. And what were your results of looking at that?
Yeah, For the Diego devices, there was no location history from the extraction, so nothing similar to Rubin data, nor did we have, that device wasn't on the network, so there was no CDRs or timing advance available because that device was not hooked up to the network.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start right where you left off there with Mr. Diego Ibarra's device. So we don't really have any information on where that device is located on the relevant time period.
We do not. Again, there's no CDRs, no timing events. That device, I think, was not activated on the network on like the 10th or 12th of February.
I want to talk about some general questions, and then we're going to go to some specific slides. So my first question is, timing advance data depends on someone's having cellular service. Is that true?
It does.
So if someone had turned off their cellular service for any reason, such as airplane mode, that data would cease to be communicated to the tower?
That's correct.
Okay. And then for the Rubin data, that depends on a combination of GPS or Wi-Fi data?
Mostly, yes, ma'am.
And so one reason someone could stop having Rubin data would be if they turned off their Wi-Fi or GPS capabilities.
Yes.
So if someone were to put their phone on airplane mode, for example, you would see a cease of the Rubin data.
Potentially, yes. So again, it's not always just the Wi-Fi locations. It can also be GPS locations.
But if you turned off location services on your phone with airplane mode, that would also kind of interfere with the GPS Rubin data.
Not necessarily. Location services is for the user and not necessarily for the provider or the maker of the device. They still get your locations from that.
But you would agree that the Wi-Fi and collected Rubin data would be interfered with if someone turned off the ability of the phone to communicate via Wi-Fi?
Potentially.
So let's talk about what can affect the accuracy of these advanced timing data bands, because you kept using the term approximate. Why did you use the term approximate?
Yeah, because again, written in my report, it'll say whatever 0.56 miles. Well, that device isn't exactly at 0.56. It depends on the technology. So for 4G, which was the technology for these devices, that error rate is 78 meters. That's why you see it as an arc and not a line. So again, they couldn't say that it's at 0.35 miles and then there's just one solid line. Well, we know that that device reports a timing advance of 0.34 miles plus 78 meters.
And for those of us that are not up to speed on the metric system, what is 78 meters approximately? How long is that?
78 meters, it's like 3.1 meters to foot. Are you trying to convert it to feet?
If you can.
Yeah, so that would be right under 240 feet. So 230 something feet.
Got it.
Off the top of my head.
Thank you. So I would like to go to a different point on your slide to talk about this error rate a little more. And if does you need to toggle to my HDMI connection?
Is that you?
It is me. It's not. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Or you could switch. I took this one out. You want to just plug it up there? Okay.
Maybe.
There you go.
Okay. There's an issue on my end here. Oh, that's very weird. Okay. So when we look at, this is slide 11 of your PowerPoint. Does that appear to be an accurate copy of slide 11?
It does.
Okay. to full screen it so it's easier to see. So when I'm interpreting your map here, the GPS points, the actual GPS point is the point of the arrow at the bottom of the circles. Is that
It is,
fair?
correct.
And so when we look at the Garmin data versus this advanced timing band, even at the times when they overlap, you would agree with me that the Garmin data is slightly outside of the advanced timing band.
In some cases it is. So the way timing advance is generated is a signal is sent from the tower to the phone and then back to the tower. And they take the time period for that round trip of that signal and they multiply that times the speed of light. And that determines the distance. Sometimes that signal doesn't exactly go in a straight line and come back, especially when there's potential interference like buildings or a lot of trees or other things. That signal may bounce around as it reaches the phone and then bounce around and come back. And so what that potentially does is move the timing advance arc slightly farther away than the device actually is. So the device is either within the shaded area or slightly inside of that shaded area. And when I say slightly, we're talking about meters. We're not talking about 30 feet or whatever. We're talking about just inside of it.
And so one thing that can interfere with the accuracy of advanced timing data is having a lot of trees around.
It could make that timing advance arc a little bit further. Again, when I say a little, I'm talking about feet, single digits of feet, not necessarily large distances.
Sure, but you would agree with me that this forested area did have a lot of trees in it?
It does.
Can weather affect the accuracy of timing advanced data?
It really doesn't. I mean, most of those signals are picked specifically for their ability to, not be affected by weather.
Okay. It's just the physical obstructions that would be in between the device and the tower that would be...
Correct, because it's based on line of sight.
All right. All right, and then for Wi-Fi, there we have these circles of error rate, and you said it depends on the strength of the Wi-Fi. Am I correct in assuming that means if someone has a strong Wi-Fi signal that extends over a broader area, a device that connects to that Wi-Fi could be anywhere in that broader area?
So again, these are all based on algorithms inside the phone and also proprietary to Samsung. So as the phone sees the signal, it can tell, hey, most of these signals are really strong when we see this, so I know where I'm at, or hey, a lot of times this one Wi-Fi emits much farther than others, and so that could potentially change some of the distance.
I'm going to try to go now to slide 29. So this is the slide that deals with your opinions about where the devices were between 9:09 and 9:12. Does this still look to be a fair and accurate copy of your report?
It does.
Okay. You expressed an opinion when talking with the state that the phone was inside the forest. The phone associated with Mr. Ibarra was inside the forest at this time.
It was based on my review of the timing advance and the lack of Ruben data.
And so you based that analysis on just like you said, on the fact that there was timing advance data, but no Ruben data.
Correct.
But as we just discussed a few minutes ago, the Ruben data could have been interfered with by a different reason.
Potentially.
If the phone had been turned on into airplane mode, it could have not been picking up Ruben data on the Wi-Fi spectrum.
Well, in airplane mode, it would have taken itself off the network, and so therefore we wouldn't have timing advance either. So we know that the device was not taken off of airplane mode.
But if Wi-Fi was turned off, the phone?
Wi-Fi potentially could have, again, affected some of the Ruben data.
And so all we know for sure, based on the data we have available, is that the phone was somewhere in this red arc.
For sure. If you look solely at the timing advance data, yes.
You also testified that when you did a review of the Oconee Forest Park to determine if there was any Wi-Fi within the park that could be hit on.
I did.
How far into the park did you have to go before you, I guess, lost the capability of connecting to Wi-Fi?
Yeah. So we could see Wi-Fi at the edges of the park. I don't remember the exact distance, but it wasn't super far in there based on the terrain. If you know the terrain around in there, it obviously drops down a little bit as it goes in there. So if I had to guess a number, maybe 15 meters inside what's listed here as the park.
I think those are all the questions I have for you.
Any redirect, Ms. Ross?
No, sir.
Can he be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
especially you're excused? That's probably going to do it for today.
May I go ahead and just finally admit States 283, which are the two PowerPoints that I discussed. On States 283 is a thumb drive that has Jay Bernie, Special Agent Bernie's PowerPoint that we just saw, and it also contains Special Agent Hipkiss's PowerPoint that was showed to the court earlier.
As indicated before, any objection?
No.
283 is admitted with the two PowerPoints. That will conclude the testimony today. So I'm interested in any information that you all can give me going forward as far as time.
I suspect, Your Honor, if we proceed on our current path, and we also have several other stipulations that we've yet to tell the board about, but we are stipulating some other evidence, that the state will be done tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time yet, but we will rest our case tomorrow.
All right. So I say that, and I'll hear from you, Ms. Beck. I wanted to hear that because I understand that you may have some defense witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I would say have them ready.
And would Your Honor like them ready in the morning or the afternoon?
I think afternoon is safe.
Afternoon would be be fine. And by ready, I mean here.
Yes, Your Honor. We anticipate our witnesses not, even if they went all of them and took the longest that they might go, I think it's still going to be less than half a day of testimony.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the information. It's helpful. Anything else we can do today?
No, sir, not in the state.
Nothing much, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you all. 8:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
you.